Gentlemen, we're going to get ready to start with our heat number 1 of swine showmanship. But gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please stand, remove cover for the playing of the greatest song ever written, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And against red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, thank you again, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 Laramie County Fair. Starting today off with our FFA swine showmanship. Right now, Heat 1 going to enter the ring, going to be Stacy Hayes, Abigail James, Macy Lee Master, Ryan Allred, Ariana Crawford, Reese West, Ainsley Halligan, Thomas Rigby, Alex Krogan, and Kimber Allen.
And Thomas Rigby. Oh, Thomas. Is she loaded? Okay, we might have dismissed her. Okay, let me do another one.
She's right here.
Thomas.
While we've got a quick second here, ladies and gentlemen, want to introduce our judge today. Our judge is Mr. Todd Mays. He's from Hallsville, Texas, where he grew up on a small family farm and worked his family's feed mill. He grew up raising and showing cattle, lambs, and hogs. He attended Eastern Oklahoma State College and Texas A&M, where he was a member of both nationally recognized judging teams. He's the co-owner of M2 Show Goats and volunteers his time helping East Texas youth with livestock projects, judging jackpots, county and regional shows across several states. In addition, he serves as 4-H and an FFA volunteer. Todd works for BC Steel Buildings based out of Oklahoma City, where he holds the position of Vice President of Sales. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a round of applause for Mr. Todd Mays. right. Swine Showmanship, Heat 2. Please start making your way to the pens. That should be Blair Sanchez, Haley Kopetsky, LJ Hansen, Logan Fagler, Rutley Hansen, Slate Hunter, Taya Thompson, Brady McKinney, Avery Anderson, Hayden Hubbard, Kason Bowman, Annalise Gillespie, and Braden Vetter. Once again, Swine Showmanship Heat 2, make your way to the stall pens, please.
All right, as we start our swine show with the senior showmanship, I went ahead and pulled out what I believe is the top four in this particular heat. For the people standing out here, as far as driving your animals, I think some of the differences within this group that separated you was really intent, how you drove that hog, the appearance that you gave coming into the gate, and really the confidence to be able to really drive that animal, make that animal look presentable at its very best. I appreciate all of you guys that came in and gave it your all, but the ones we're going to keep, we've already pinned.
All right, returning out of Heat 1 is going to be Ryan Allred, Reese West, Alexandra Krogan, and Kimber Allen. Coming into the ring, Heat 2, going to be Blair Sanchez, Haley Kopetsky, LJ Hansen, Logan Fagler, Rutley Hansen, Slate Hunter, Taya Thompson, Brady McKinney, Avery Anderson, Hayden Hubbard, Kason Bowman, Annalise Gillespie, and Braden Vetter. Annalise Gillespie, this is your final gate call. Annalise Gillespie. All right, Heat 3, FFA Showmanship. Start making your way to the pins. Heat 3 should be Kobe Haas, Peyton Ramza, Riley Vetter, Jack Anderson, Cale Brenton, Wyatt Crutchkin, Riley West, Ashton Rigby, Reagan Allen, Luke Fagler, Fletcher Hansen. Once again, Heat 3, start making your way to the pins, please.
A very impressive heat that we've got out here as far as these individuals are concerned. Very, very deep. I think there's some things out here that separated the ones that we pinned versus the ones that we have left standing out here. Mainly, it really is intent and how they drive that animal, how they really get that presentation, how they get that head up while making that hog push and glide around the ring. I think that's really the difference between the ones that we pinned and the ones that we left out in the ring. It should be interesting moving into the championship drive for this division.
All right, coming back out of Heat 2 is going to be Rutley Hansen, Slate Hunter, Brady McKinney, Kason Bowman, and Braden Vetter. Once again, final pin call, Heat 3, Kobe Haas, Peyton Ramza, Riley Vetter, Jack Anderson, Wyatt Crutchkin, Riley West, Ashton Rigby, Reagan Allen, Luke Fagler, and Fletcher Hansen.
Another really deep set of showmen that we've got out here. They all deserve a big round of applause. I'll tell you what, whenever we get all these out that I held in the pins, I think we're going to see some outstanding showmanship. I think we're going to see some kids that can really get out and drive these hogs and present them to their best ability. It should be interesting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming back out of Heat 3, going to be Riley Vetter, Riley West, and Fletcher Hansen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, final drive for our FFA Swine Showmanship. Out of Heat 1 going to be Ryan Allred, Reese West, Alexandra Krogan, Kimber Allen. Out of Heat 2 coming back is going to be Rutley Hansen, Slate Hunter, Brady McKinney, Kason Bowman, Braden Vetter. And coming back out of Heat 3 once again, Riley Vetter, Riley West, and Fletcher Hansen.
So as we wind this particular division down in the showmanship deal for the seniors, I think there's some major differences amongst the group. I think these individuals that are out here in the ring are obviously the better as far as their the better bunch as far as what their peers are concerned. I think when we start analyzing them, I think there's one individual for me that really sticks out like a sore thumb, one that really separates themselves from the crowd, one that at all times kind of anticipates where I'm moving throughout the ring, one that certainly gives the best look for me. And once again, whenever you're judging, especially showmanship, it's really subjective. It's the personal preference of that particular judge. With that being said, I think there's one individual for me that does an extremely good job. They maintain that animal out away from me to where I get the best looks at all times. They've got great anticipation on what I'm looking for and where I'm standing within the ring. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not a huge questions guy. In my opinion, when it comes down to showmanship, I don't think it's really about scoring based on questions. So I don't really ask questions per se unless it gets extremely tight. But I think there's certainly one individual out here that drives that hog, that maintains their composure. And I'll be honest with you, initially throughout the heat, I recognized that this individual was good, but this individual continues to elevate their game as we stand out here and these hogs get a little more tired. With that being said, I'll go out and shake this individual's hand that will win this particular division.
All right, your champion FFA showman goes to Fletcher Hansen. Of the Burns FFA.
So it's my understanding that we're going to place basically champion through sixth. With that being said, I'm going to go out and shake the individual's hands in order of second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth as I choose to place them that way. We won't necessarily talk them as a whole individually. I just recognize that these individuals did an exceptional job throughout the heat as well as through the showmanship process.
Your reserve, Reese West. Third is going to be Riley Vetter. Already picked Reese, though. I was like, you already picked Reese. He's just trying to get out of the ring. Yeah, we're good. Reese just trying to get out. Yeah. Fourth place, Braden, right? Braden Vetter. In fifth place, Riley West. And in sixth, gonna go to Rutley Hansen. Once again, your champion, Fletcher Hansen. Your reserve, Reese West. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to reset shortly here. Going to start our FFA Market Swine Show. Starting out with Super Light Class 1, weighing 213 to 221. Once again, our super lightweight Class 1 going to be Fletcher Hansen, LJ Hansen, Hayden Hubbard, Annalise Gillespie, Kobe Haas, Riley Vetter, and Wyatt Crutchkin. Once again, super light Class 1, start making your way to the holding pens, please. Once again, guys, please, all exhibitors, make sure you have your back tag number during the show. And at this time, we want to thank our sponsors, our overall grand champion. Thank you to Factory Direct Trailer Sales. Our champion swine showman buckle presented by Cowboy Sanitation, LLC. And our 4-H junior swine is going to be Lembitz Livestock. Our intermediate swine show is going to be Burkett Family. And our champion 4-H senior swine showman, Kinsley Nussbaum and Aaron Nail. Thank you guys for supporting the Laramie County Fair Swine Show. And as always, if you guys are looking for a great time this Friday evening, make plans to attend the FA Livestock Sale of Champions. 7 o'clock p.m. this Friday at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. And then make your way over here to the Event Center at Archer on Saturday morning at 9 a.m. for our 4-H livestock sale. Just asking you guys, please continue to keep coming out and supporting all of Laramie County youth in agriculture for all their hard work. All right, here we go. FFA Super Light Class 1. Coming into the ring, going to be Fletcher Hansen, LJ Hansen, Hayden Hubbard, Annalise Gillespie, Kobe Haas, Riley Vetter, and Wyatt Crutchkin.
I'm wearing cheetah pants. Well, people will see mine.
You never know. Jay's still young. Well, not at the youth rodeo. They're going to see my Andes. That'll be, you'll be finding his prison. And a big shout out again to our friends, Hot Shots Photography, taking pictures all week long here at the Laramie County Fair. If you're looking for those amazing action shots of your exhibitor, please visit their booth right outside here in the exhibit area.
Really interesting class to start the swine show today, to sit back and analyze. I think we've got a hog out here that to be honest with you, kind of checks the boxes at a higher degree than what we've got in the others. One that's functional on its feet and legs, one that certainly gets out, one that certainly has some athleticism to him, and still maintains a lot of true width and dimension down his top. It's got a lot of thickness through the center and lower portion of his ham. I will be the first one to admit the second place one certainly is a longer-sided, more elevated hog. One that honestly I'd love to see that one presented a little better to a higher degree. One that certainly can stand some competition. One that for me though breaks right there at that hip loin junction, especially on the walk, but one that's super powerful and one that certainly's got a lot of bone to him. The next hog that we've got coming out is one that you have to appreciate from the top side of him. One that certainly's got some width and dimension right over that loin eye. One that we'd love to blow that hog apart, give him just some more rib, and one that certainly needs some more thickness to the center and low portion of that ham. The other ones coming out in 4th, 5th, and 6th. And 7th, some hogs that we really appreciate some design in them. One that's got some look, one that's got some power, especially in that 4th and 5th hole. And then what we've got coming out next behind them is ones that we'd love to make them more fresh. We certainly love to see a truer turn to their top and loin, and ones that certainly need some more explosion and leanness to them. But really, really interesting set of hogs to sit back and analyze.
All right, your champion, super light, goes to LJ Hansen. Your reserve, Wyatt Crutchkin. In 3rd, Fletcher Hansen. 4th, Hayden Hubbard. 5th, Kobe Haas. 6th, Riley Vetter. 7th, Annalise Gillespie. Lightweight Class 1. Coming into the ring going to be Stacy Hayes, Abigail James, Alexandra Krogan, Reagan Allen, Fletcher Hansen, LJ Hansen. Once again, lightweight market hogs.
another interesting class to sit back and analyze. I think the main difference in this class, as far as between your class winner and your second, the young lady with the belted pig, no doubt this is the power hog of the class, one that's got the most explosion down his top, one that certainly is the thickest and fullest through the center lower portion of his ham, and one that still has some athleticism to him and still moves out with some free and ease and still has some bone work to him. Ideally, we'd love to make him just a notch taller at the point of his shoulder, but one that certainly has enough explosion and power to win and dominate this particular class. I think that's where this silver hog comes in and really excels as far as terms of a single trait. He's higher at the point of his shoulder, one that still has some meat and power to him, one that we would certainly like to blow him apart, especially underneath, as compared to our class winner, but one that certainly is good in his own right. Moving down the line, we've got one coming out that we'd really appreciate from the side, one that's got some balance and some style to him, one that we'd love to tune him up just a little, make him just a notch harder, rip him up just a notch, and certainly make him have some more width and power to him, especially on the underneath side of his skeleton. The young ladies hog that we've got coming out in fourth, the belted one, one we really have to appreciate as far as the total width and power that this one's got, one that we would totally like to freshen up in his overall look and appearance, maybe tighten him up just a notch, but one certainly is good enough to go on and hang a big meaty carcass. The ones that we've got coming out in fifth and sixth, to be honest with you, they don't have enough raw power. They're not wide enough in their overall base width and skeletal width for me, but both of them do have some design to them and certainly have some look. Really, really interesting class to analyze.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your champion lightweight FFA hog goes to Reagan Allen. Your reserve, Alexandria Krogan. In third, Fletcher Hansen. In fourth, Abigail James. In fifth place, Stacy Hayes. And in sixth, LJ Hansen. Next coming out, going to be medium weight FFA Class 1. This is broken into two classes. Should be Ryan Alred, Fletcher Hansen, LJ Hansen, Braden Vetter, medium weight, FFA Class 1.
In this class of 4, we've got 2 really, really nice hogs towards the top end. I think what separates the 2 is when you get right over the top of them, I think you see there's a tremendous amount of difference as far as explosion right over that loin, and one that certainly works with more topside shape. I think there's some give and take between the pair, but for me, I think when we really sit back and we analyze what we've got there as far as real width, real power, real dimension, the taller young man that we've got will win this particular class just from the standpoint of his sheer top shape and readiness of this particular hog. Make no doubt about it, the other young man's gilt certainly has some width and power to it, and probably's got just a little bit more width and dimension to the center and lower portion of her ham, but she doesn't read to have the overall real top shape and power and structural width that what we find in our class winner. Moving on down the line, the young man's predominantly white hog that we've got coming out in third is one you have to appreciate for the fact that he is a product-oriented hog, one that's got some rib shape to him, one that just can't meet the overall mass and power is what we find in our top pair. The young lady that we've got in fourth, one that we certainly like to freshen up, harden up, just touch, and make that hog walk out with some more free and ease off those rear legs to compete with the top 3 in our class today.
All right, coming back out of our medium weight FFA, Class 1 going to be Fletcher and LJ Hansen. Medium weight Class 2, coming into the ring going to be Reese West, Ashton Rigby, Adam Polma, Reagan Allen, Slate Hunter, Taya Thompson, and Wyatt Crutchkin. Wyatt Crutchkin, this is your final gate call. Medium weight Class 2, Wyatt Crutchkin. All right, guys, this is gate call, heavyweight class 1. Heavyweight class 1, start making your way to the holding pins. Looking for Macy Leemaster, Ariana Crawford, Riley West, Kimber Allen, Michaela Curlis, and Peyton Ramza. Heavyweight class 1, gate call.
As we stand out here and we've got our top 3 hogs to sort through and talk about, I think there's some major differences, no doubt, as far as types of kind that we've got here. And I'll be honest with you, if you wanted to flop them all 3 different ways, I wouldn't have a problem with it. So I think once we sit back and we analyze what we've got out here, and truly the one that really represents as far as a maternal or the aspects of hanging one on the actual rail, one that certainly's got this width, the spread, the one that certainly is the freshest about its loin edge. I think there's one out here that separates themselves relatively easy as far as terms of that. The problem I've got is that sometimes that particular animal gets a little off balance, one that we would certainly like to just make her just an overall nice balanced package pig. But with that being said, I think there's enough terminal traits there, and one that certainly reads to be the freshest and hardest about the top, one that certainly's got some explosion to them. And at the end of the day, these things are made to go to the rail and for us to eat and put the most pounds of product in a box for us to take home and put in the freezer. With that being said, I think I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's belted gilt to win this particular class. Like I said, she truly has the most true turn and shape to her top, and one that certainly's got enough explosion, but one I'd probably like to balance her out just a notch to make her even that more high quality. From there, I think it gets really, really tight between the blue rump cross and the other cross that we've got out here. 2 really, really nice individuals, 2 nice barrows that's got some width and power and dimension, and certainly has some look to them. I think the big thing between the 2, I think one's just a notch longer sided, and one that probably moves out with just a notch more free and ease, and is slightly more athletic in their overall appearance and build. We're going to go ahead and use the blue cross to be your second place in this particular class. Make no mistake, the young man's barrow is truly a nice one from the side, one that we'd certainly like to blow apart just ever so slightly and give it some more true turn and shape to its top while making it just a notch thicker through that lower portion of the ham. Coming out fourth is another one that we like from the side, one that we'd like to freshen up some, one that appears to have some dippity at some point in time, one that we'd love to fit this one out just a notch nicer and make him more presentable in the show ring today. The young man coming out in fifth is one that you have to appreciate some product in this one, one that certainly has some elevation to him, one that just certainly doesn't have the overall width and spread and mass and muscle as what we find with the ones above them.
All right, heavyweight class 1, final call. Macy Leemaster, Rihanna Crawford, Riley West, Kimber Allen, Michaela Curlis, and Peyton Ramza. This is your final gate call. Heavyweight class 1.
really pleased with these two that we've got out here. For me, they kind of represent what I look for. I'm really kind of a power guy that still looks for some hogs with some mobility to them, with some flex and give and ease to them, while still being athletic. I think the main difference between these two hogs, to me, is you've got one that's really exceptionally wide on the top side, one that certainly reads with a lot of power and dimension, one that certainly stands on a bigger foot and still moves out with some relative free and ease to him. We're going to use a blonde-headed young man to win this deal today.
All right, first place goes to LJ Hansen.
When we analyze this pair, I think it comes down to raw power, bone, rib dimension, one that certainly moves out, more athletic than the other. The young man here on my left will be your second or reserve in this division.
All right, reserve's going to go to Fletcher Hansen.
We keep talking about width and power, and I think there's one out here that certainly fits my bill as far as just true turn of loin, and one that certainly's got some thickness to that center and low portion of the ham while still maintaining some quality and athleticism to its structure. This young man on my left will follow up next.
Third place going to be Slate Hunter.
A lot of give and take between these two barrows. I think there's one out here that probably fits my bill just a little better as far as overall quality, one that certainly balances out well, one that certainly moves with a lot of free and ease, one that certainly got some product, and certainly has got the desired rib shape that we're looking for. The young man's black-headed barrow will be next.
Fourth place going to go to Braden Vetter.
design and balance plays a part in this deal. For me, I think the pairs certainly have a tremendous amount of product, muscle, and both will go the rail and yield a heavy product or a heavy muscled product. I think there's one that to me just balances out well and certainly is just a nicer looking barrel from the side. The young lady's blue butt will be second or next.
All right, fifth goes Taya Thompson.
The fresher appearing, stouter made, the more rugged one, that's certainly bigger footed, bigger structured, will certainly follow up the Blue Cross at a higher degree. This young man here will be your next.
Sixth going to go to Reese West. Okay. All right, here we go. FFA heavyweight class 1. Coming into the ring, going to be Macy Leemaster, Ariana Crawford, Riley West, Kimber Allen, Michaela Curlis, and Peyton Ramza. FFA heavyweight class 1. Again, going to take a little quick second here to recognize our buckle sponsors, our overall grand champion, Factory Direct Trailer Sales, our champion FFA Swine Showmanship, sponsored by Cowboy Sanitation. Our junior swine showman is Limbitz Livestock. Our intermediate showmanship is the Burkett family. And our senior showmanship, Kinsley Nussbaum and Aaron Nail. Thank you guys for supporting youth and agriculture here at the Laramie County Fair. Heavyweight class 2, start making your way to the ring. Heavyweight class 2 should be Thomas Rigby, Blair Sanchez, Logan Fagler, Luke Fagler, Rutley Hansen, Cooper Zolman, and Kason Bowman. Once again, heavyweight class 2, make your way to the pens.
In this class, with the 3 hogs that we've got standing out here, I think we've got a man amongst boys in this particular class as far as overall design, mass, power, balance, and one that's still really, really functional on his feet and legs. The young man with the blue butt cross will win this particular class, in my mind, relatively easy, just from the standpoint that it kind of checks the boxes at a higher degree over everything else in this particular class. I think he gets somewhat close between second and third. I think there's some major differences there. I really think that the chromed up barrel needs to run second. From the sheer aspect, he's really cool from the side, one that certainly's got a better rib to him, got a better turn to that rib, and one that certainly reads with more top side power. No doubt the blue butt gilt has got some. It's taller at the point of the shoulders, one that certainly has some mass to that center little portion of its ham, but one we'd like to stouten up at the ground, one that we'd certainly like to make bigger footed, but one that certainly needs to be recognized highly in this particular class. From there, we've got some hogs coming out that, to be quite honest with you, are probably a little over-finished at this particular game and would certainly need some more power, width, and dimension to compete with their peers in this particular class.
All right, coming back out of Class 1. Heavyweight Class 1 is going to be Peyton Ronza, Michaela Curlis, and Riley West. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming into the ring going to be FFA Heavyweight Class 2. Should have Thomas Rigby, Blair Sanchez, Logan Fagler, Luke Fagler, Rutley Hansen, Cooper Zolman, and Kaysen Bowman. If you are needing extra shavings, the Laramie County Fair has opened up the shaving store. Get over there and purchase your extra bags of shavings if needed. And that's going to be east side of the building. Once again, if you need extra shavings, please run over and purchase your shavings on that east side of the building.
Interesting trio that we've got standing out here in the top three. Certainly some differences in types and kinds, but certainly three that are loaded full of product and meat. I think the difference is we've got one that is really, really fresh, one that still handles their feet and legs relatively well, one that moves around with some athleticism, and one that's driven by an individual that's really, really confident in what they're doing. With that being said, I think the young man right here in front of me probably wins this deal relatively easy, just on the fact that this one here is ready to show. This one here's got some explosions, got some turn to its loin, and one that is really, really ready for the show ring as far as its overall appearance and freshness at this point in time. I think it gets somewhat close between second and third, but for me, I think the young man's Blue Butt comes in second relatively easy. I think one that's really tall at the point of the shoulders, one that we'd like to freshen up his look, but one that certainly's got a lot of top side shape, one that's got some thickness to that center low portion of its ham, but one we'd love to stouten up at the ground, and one that we'd love to make him just travel out with some more free and ease, as I think he gets just slightly straight in his shoulder. The mouthy one that we've got out here is one you really have to appreciate the width and power and dimension that this one's got. One that we'd like to clean him up in that lower 1/3. One that certainly has got a lot of product to him and certainly has got the right kind of rib, but one that we'd love to freshen him up in his overall appearance, and one that we'd like to certainly elevate him at the point of the shoulders. The other ones coming down the line simply don't have that overall product and power and width and power and thickness that we find in our top three, but still a really, really nice set of hogs.
Okay, coming back out of heavyweight class 2, going to be Tommy Rigby, Rutley Hansen, and Cooper Zolman. Again, coming back out of heavyweight class 2, Thomas Rigby, Rutley Hansen, Cooper Zolman. All right, final drive, heavyweight class 2 should be Riley West and Rutley Hansen.
I think when we get these two individuals out here, I think we've got two hogs that are extremely fresh in their overall appearance, two that certainly have some mass and muscularity to them, two that certainly have some width and power to them. I think what it comes down to is raw balance, the one that really, really shows off the best, especially on the move, one that you really have to appreciate the fact that it all comes together and it flows. May not be the most ripped one up between the two, but the one that for me balances out the best, one that still functionals extremely well on its feet and legs and still moves around and glides around this ring with some relative ease with the amount of power that we've got in these two. The young man's Blue Butt will be your champion in this deal today.
All right, your champion heavyweight goes to Riley West.
When we analyze this pair, I'll be honest with you, I think there's one that just blows the other one away as far as terms of marketability, as far as raw power and muscle, and one that you can certainly take to the rail and put the most pounds of product in the box. The young man will be second.
Oh, your reserve. Gonna go to Rutley Hansen. Extra heavy weight class, please make your way to the holding pins. Extra heavyweight class 1.
I think when we start talking about show ring ready and we start talking about one that still has enough pounds of product, one that certainly stands on a big foot and bone, one that moves out with some athleticism, I think there's one that closely follows the one previously. The young lady to me with the chromed up one will be your next in this division.
Your third place goes to Michaela Curlis.
Raw power with the skeleton is what definitely describes the one that we've got coming out that will be next. I think that's where this one supersedes the one that he's competing against. There's no doubt the young man's barrel here is the stoutest one, the one that's got the most width and true dimension down its top and through the center and portion of its ham. This young man here will be your next.
All right, fourth place goes to Cooper Zolman.
When we look at this pair, I think there's two out here that is certainly different in their type and kinds. I think for me, though, there's one out here that's fresher in its overall appearance, one that certainly is taller at the point of the shoulders, but still has plenty of power, width, and dimension to it to go on and vie a spot in our top. This young lady right here will be your next one.
Your fifth place goes Peyton Ramza. And sixth place goes to Tommy Rigby. All right, extra heavyweights. Getting ready to come into the ring, extra heavyweights. Also, after heavyweights, as a reminder, FFA chapters, get your pens of threes. FFA chapters right after the extra heavyweight class, pens of threes. Following our FFA chapter pens of threes, we're gonna get ready to start our 4-H showmanship. We will be taking about a 20 to 30 minute break in between. After our extra heavyweight class, remember, we are going to need our final drive. We're going to need our champs and reserves, champions and reserves class winners. If you were a division champion, please make your way to the holding pens. Division and reserves, champs and reserves. Make your way. Make your way to the holding pens.
as we break down this class and we really start studying it, to me, there's one that really blows the rest of them away as far as terms of carcass traits, ones that certainly's got some power, width, and dimension to them, one that certainly's got some underneath skeleton width to them, and while still standing on a tremendous amount of bone. To me, the young lady's hog wins this class relatively easy, just from the raw standpoint of the overall power and product that we find in this individual, while still maintaining a great set of feet and legs underneath him. The young man's York appearing gilt coming out next is one that you really have to appreciate from the side, one that's really tall-shouldered, one that's got a tremendous amount of top, one that we'd love just to blow her apart just ever so slightly and give her some more lower portion to that ham to compete with our class winner today. The young lady's hamp appearing hog coming out next is one you have to appreciate from the side, one that's really tall shoulder, one that's really elevated, one that's got some top shape to him, one that just doesn't have the overall explosion and pop to him as far as the center and lower portion of the ham is what we find in our top pair today. Moving on throughout the class, we find some hogs that's got some staleness to them, some that we'd love to freshen up, and some that we'd certainly love to give some turn to that loin edge, and some that we'd really, really like to see some more explosiveness from behind, but still a really good set of hogs to sit back and analyze in the heavyweights.
All right, your extra heavyweight champion, Riley Vetter. Your reserve, Rutley Hansen. In third, Peyton Ramza.
Fourth, Haley Kopetsky.
In fourth place, Haley Kopetsky. In fifth place, Slate Hunter. In sixth, Ryan Allred. In seventh, Macy Lee Master. And eighth, Avery Anderson. Once again, all champions and reserve class winners, please make your way to the holding pins. Champions and reserves.
Really pleased with what we've got out here. I think should be relatively easy to follow me as far as what I like, especially on the top end. I think what's important to me is we certainly have to have some look to them. We certainly need some freshness, and we certainly need some hogs that still can motivate and move around the ring with some free and ease, but still has some product to them. Certainly need some top side shape, and we really, really love to see them have some explosion underneath while still maintaining a lot of thickness to the center and lower portion of that ham. I think when we start really analyzing what we've got out here, I think, to be quite honest with you, for me, it's kind of a two-horse race. I think there's certainly all the hogs we've got out here have got those descriptions that I plugged out there, but I think there's two out here that suit me relatively well, and they all have muscle, they all have product, they all have some functionality to them while still standing on some bone and still moving out with some free and ease. I think it just comes down to personal preference. I think there's one out here that's really, really good, one that's got, certainly he's got the mass and power that we desire, and one that certainly has some structural correctness to him, and one that to me just blows the rest of them out of the water as far as just raw explosiveness. With that being said, I'll go out and shake your champion's hand.
Oh, your champion, FFA hog, goes to Riley Vetter.
Make no doubt about it, the Yorkshire Pyrenean Gilt that we've got coming out in second out of that deal is one you really have to appreciate from the side, one that certainly's got some balance and power and muscle, and certainly fits those descriptions that I hit on earlier. But I think there's one out here that is another really tremendously made hog that's got a lot of width and power, and really's got that freshness and show ring look that I'm looking for. I'll go out and shake that individual's hand at this time.
And your reserve goes to LJ Hansen. All right, FFA chapters, get your chapter pens of threes, chapter pens of threes. And then we're going to wrap up our FFA show for today, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to take about a 20 to 30 minute break. And then we're going to be rolling right into our 4-H showmanship. Once again, FFA chapters, pens of threes. Once again, FFA chapter, pens of threes. Looking for 3 identical animals. Once again, FFA chapters, make your way to the holding gates. Chapter pens of 3. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage everyone to attend the FFA Livestock Sale, 7 p.m. this Friday at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. And then make your way over here to the 4-H Livestock Sale on Saturday, the 8th. That's going to be starting at 9 a.m. right here at the Event Center at Archer. So 2 amazing ways to support youth in agriculture at the FFA Livestock Sale of Champions on Friday. And then once again, our 4-H Livestock Sale right here at the Event Center at Archer. A big shout out to all of our buckle sponsors in our swine divisions today: Factory Direct Trailer Sales, Cowboy Sanitation, Lembitz Livestock, Burkett Family, and Kinsley and Aaron Nail. Thank you guys for supporting all of our swine exhibitors today. All right, represented in the ring right now is going to be the High Plains FFA. Coming into the ring right now is going to be the Frontier FFA chapter. All right, coming to the ring is the Pine Bluffs FFA. Your next chapter coming to the ring is the Burns FFA.
So this is a different kind of deal for me. In Texas, normally when we see a pen of something, it's either pen of heifers or pen of steers. I typically don't get to sit back and analyze the pen of hogs. With that being said, I think for me, I think there's a pen out here that dominates the rest of them as far as terms of quality, carcass traits, freshness, and overall appearance and looks. And then from there, think it gets stacked relatively tight, but I think there's certainly some differences there. If I'm placing this deal, which I am, I'd run the pins, and from my understanding, this is for the ag teachers' bragging rights, more or less. We're going to run this deal 4-2-3-1. Cuts of 10, 4, and 2.
All right. I'm going to say it. Who was first? All right, ladies and gentlemen, your pens of 3. The reigning and defending champions, Burns FFA. Who was second? Your reserve pen of 3 goes to the Frontier FFA.
That's us. That's High Plains. So 3 Pine, 4 High Plains.
In third place, Pine Bluffs FFA. Fourth place, High Plains. And in fourth place, the High Plains FFA. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming out and attending the FFA Showmanship and Market Swine Show. We're going to take about a 20 to 30 minute break and get ready to rock and roll right into 4-H Showmanship. Again, thank you guys for coming out, and we appreciate all of your support for Laramie County Youth in Agriculture.
Okay, the 4-H showmanship will start at noon. We have to reset iPads and do some other official work, so we're starting at noon. Okay, there is an updated showmanship order that's just been put back up. So check it and make sure you're on there. Okay, first call, senior 4-H, senior showmanship, Heat 1. Landon Shea, Nevaeh Sloan, Stacy Hayes, Abigail James, Macy Leemaster, Maya Alonzo, Hudson Wright, Keegan Moore, Ryan Allred, Anthony Rupert, Ariana Crawford. Report to the holding pen area. Again, to the holding pen, Heat 1, Swine Senior Showmanship, Landon Shea, Nevaeh Sloan, Stacy Hayes, Abigail James, Macy Leemaster, Maya Alonzo, Hudson Wright, Keegan Moore, Ryan Allred, Anthony Rupert, Ariana Crawford. Heat 2, Senior Swine Showmanship. Report to the holding pen. Bailey Hines, Case Bennett, Gage Bennett, Reese West, Riley West, Thomas Rigby, Jane Eller Thomas, Ashton Rigby, Reagan Allen, Adrian Repke, Ashley Smith. Again, Heat 2, Bailey Hines, Case Bennett, Gage Bennett, Reese West, Riley West, Thomas Rigby, Jane Eller Thomas, Ashton Rigby, Reagan Allen, Adrian Repke, Ashley Smith.
As we start the 4-H side of this showmanship deal, I think we've got three individuals that separated themselves relatively easy from the group. I think they were the most consistent and most deserving as far as being placed into the pins to come back to make their way into the championship round. I would encourage each and every one of you guys that are out here in the ring to keep working hard to progress. For me, I like an individual that comes out with some intent to win, with some intensity, and also be able to work that whip and keep that hog's head up high and still maintain the ability to understand and grab the concept of where I'm at within the ring and the different looks that I'm looking for. Very good set of group to start off the showmanship.
Okay, if you own either of the following vehicles, they need to be moved so somebody can get out of a parking space. 2P90KY. It's a white Chevy, and 2P39KC is a silver car. So you need to move those so then the person you're blocking can leave. To the holding pen, I need class 3. Fletcher Hansen, Haley Kopetsky, Leander Hansen, Logan Figler, Rutley Hansen, Addison Dishman. Again, heat 3 to the holding pens. Fletcher Hansen, Haley Kopetsky, Leander Hansen, Logan Figler, Rutley Hansen, Addison Dishman. If you need wood shavings, they're selling them for $5 a bag over here on the east end of the center. So if you need fresh shavings, go get them.
Congratulations to those that made their way to the pen. Very good group of showmen that we've got on the top end. For you guys that are out here still in the ring, I appreciate you coming out and working hard. There's some things that I'd like to touch on. First and foremost, don't ever give up. There's an individual out here that's getting a little frustrated. I initially had him towards my top end, but unfortunately he got frustrated and kind of gave up at a certain point in time. With that being said, everybody in the ring deserves a big round of applause, and we appreciate you coming out and working hard.
Edison Dishman, report to the holding pens for your showmanship. Heat 4, Senior Swine Showmanship, Walter Martins, Cale Snell, Selena Millhouse, Hayden Hubbard, Kobe Hawes, Peyton Ramza, Jack Anderson, Cale Breton, Wyatt Crutchen. Report to the holding pens. Again, Heat 4, Senior Swine Showmanship, Walter Martins, Cale Snell, Selena Millhouse, Hayden Hubbard, Kobe Hawes, Peyton Ramza, Jack Anderson, Cale Breton, Wyatt Crutchen.
Very small group in this set of showmen, but very talented, especially on the top end. We really appreciate the quality of showmen that within this set of groups. We'll be looking forward to them in the championship.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a couple vehicles that we need to see if we can get these moved ASAP, please. I've got a white Chevy Equinox, County 2P90KY. Once again, a white Chevy Equinox, Laramie County license plate P90KY. Need you to be moved or you will be towed. Also, got another, I don't know, it just says silver if you have a silver vehicle, County 2P39KC. Once again, 2 vehicles need to have you guys moved or you will be towed.
Another high quality set of showmen that we've got out here. We've went ahead and penned our 3 out of this heat. Congratulations to those of you that made it. And for those of you that are still standing out here, continue to work hard. My biggest thing is really get those hogs out, drive them, get them elevated, but still maintain their composure as you're rolling them around the ring.
Okay, from Heat 1, Landon Shea. Macy Leemaster, Ryan Allred. From Heat 2, we have Reese West, Riley West, Reagan Allen. From Heat 3, we have Fletcher Hansen, Leander Hansen, Rutley Hansen. Heat 4, we have Hayden Hubbard, Kobe Haas, Peyton Ramza. Intermediates to the holding pens. Heat 1, Livia Wright, Carolyn Clark, Novalyn Van Winkle, Ainsley Halligan, Alexandra Krogan, Braden Snyder, Adam Polma, Kimber Allen, Luke Figler, Sawyer Smith, Slate Hunter, Parker McKinney. Okay, report to the holding pens. Heat 1 intermediate. Kimber Allen, Brecken Schneider.
What an excellent group of showmen we've got out here. I think when we start looking at these individuals, obviously you can kind of see my type and kind. You can kind of see when it comes to showmanship what I'm looking for as far as how they get that hog presented, whip control, things of that nature. I think there's one out here, just to be honest with you, that's really my speed. They drive that hog at the appropriate speed. They're always within striking distance of me. They're not real close, but they're close enough to where they're always in my view of vision, which I appreciate. But I will tell you, this entire group out here is tougher than a bag full of hammers. I'll be honest with you. So it's going to be really hard to go through and select our top 6. It's my understanding we need to do a top 6 out of this. But I do think there's an individual out here that really fits my speed, my type of showman, that I'll be honest with you, I can carry him from here to Texas, and he's going to do really well, and no matter what showmanship arena we put him in. With that being said, I'll go out and shake your champion's hand at this time.
Okay, results of your 4-H senior swine showmanship. 6th place, Rutley Hansen. 5th place, Reese West. 4th place, Riley West. 3rd place, Leander Hansen. Reserve champion, Reagan Allen. Champion, Fletcher Hansen. Make sure if you're showing swine that you get over and get your picture taken sometime during the show or right afterwards for your cell card. Make sure you get that picture taken and signed off. If you are participating or interested in the 4-H large animal round robin contest, a jot form was filled out or sent out. If you're a champion or reserve champion, or even further down, go ahead and fill out that jot form so we have the information for the large animal round robin contest. Heat 2, intermediate swine showmanship. Make your way to the holding pens. Avery Anderson, David Heinert, Kennedy Snell, Audrey Looming, Kason Bowman, Tyler Sunderland, Annalise Gillespie, Paris Ware, Riley Vetter, Grayson Hesser, Harper Jeffrey, Brady McKinney. If you're missing your cell phone, it was left in the bathroom. It's up here at the table.
In this group, we went ahead and pinned 4 individuals. I think we've got an outstanding set that we've got in this intermediate division here. We really have to appreciate how hard these individuals work. For those of you that are still outside in the ring with me, I really appreciate you coming in and giving it all you had. I think the difference between you guys and what we pinned certainly is whip control and understanding where I'm at within the ring and giving me the best looks in relation to where I'm at within the ring. I really appreciate you guys coming out and working hard. I believe we picked a group of 4 out of this set. Still a really, really high quality set of showmen that we've got out here. I think the difference between the group that we pinned and the ones that we didn't obviously is whip control and presence within the ring, but still a very good set of showmen.
Okay, coming back into the ring, we have our championship drive for intermediate 4-H swine showmanship. We have Alexandra Krogan, Kimber Allen, Slate Hunter, Parker McKinney, Kason Bowman, Riley Vetter, Harper Jeffrey, Brady McKinney. First heat of junior 4-H swine showmanship. Report to the holding pens. Sadie Kraft, Micaiah Wright, Sawyer Koppel, Elena Marino, Elliot Mayotte, Tommy Mayotte, Evan Schneider, Jacob Palma, Lance Winkler, Kinsley Curlis.
a really highly competitive set of showmen we've got out here. I think there's one for me that does just a notch better job. I think it's relatively close between first and second in this particular division, but there's one out here for me as far as the way this individual drives this hog at a particular speed, and she typically beats everybody to the point as far as understanding where I'm at within the ring. She gives me the best views at all times without being underneath my feet, if that makes sense. And I really appreciate the way they've battled throughout this entire process. Some of these hogs are getting tired, obviously so, and I'm not trying to drag this out, but it is, showmanship is near and dear to my heart because I'm a believer that it doesn't matter the quality of the animal that you have. It's all about the time that you put in with the animal. And I think sometimes we lose perspective about that. And it's all about a project and maintaining that project and the responsibilities that go with it. So with that being said, I mean, showmanship to me is not about the quality of the animal, and it never should be. It ought to be about the presentation of the animal and how the kids work with that animal. So with that being said, I'll go out and shake your champion's hand at this particular point in time.
Okay, results of intermediate swine showmanship. Sixth place, Parker McKinney. Fifth place, Kasem Bowman. Fourth place, Alexandra Krogan. Third place, Slate Hunter. Reserve champion, Riley Vetter. Champion, Kimber Allen. Okay, Heat 2 of 4-H Junior Swine Showmanship. To the holding pens, McKinley Figler, Holden Hubbard, Jocelyn Volan, Clayton Boyzot, Cadence Wilson, Waylon Faree, Benjamin Anderson.
We're going to take 4 out of this heat to go on and vie for the championship at a later time. Really good set of young showmen that we've got. You guys keep working hard. If you're out here in the ring with me, there's just some little things, some differences amongst the group as far as your peers are concerned that we pulled on the top 4. Maybe they had a little better control over the hog. Maybe they worked the whip a little better. And maybe they used that whip to control that head ever so slightly better. But still a really, really good job by you guys.
Heat 3, 4-H Junior Swine Showmanship, report to the holding pens. Coyer Bowman, Bold Zoman, Brady Bulgren, Bryn Bulgren, McKenna Hesser, Camden Wilson.
Nice group of young showmen that we've got out here. They definitely deserve a big round of applause. I think the three that we pulled, obviously, I think they're a little more advanced than what we've got left standing out here with me. I think they do a little better job as far as animal control, and they also certainly understand ring awareness to a certain degree. And I think that's what separates them from the group that we've got left out here with me today. This group was small but mighty. We had two showmen come out immediately out of the gate, hit me pretty hard. We went ahead and pinned them. Really, really tough group that we've got here for as small as the numbers are. I really appreciate you guys that are left out here with me, coming out and working hard.
Okay, coming into the ring for Junior Swine Showmanship Championship Drive, we have Sadie Kraft, Sawyer Koppel, Jacob Palma, Kinsley Curlis, McKinley Figler, Jocelyn Volan, Cadence Wilson, Coyer Bowman, Brady Bulgren, Camden Wilson. Okay, Pee Wee Showmanship will follow right after our championship drive. Go find a 4-H member with a pig. There is no sign up, just go find somebody to help you and come on into the ring when we call you.
Really tough set of showmen we've got out here, especially for their age. How many of you guys have ever watched soccer at this age? This is kind of like what it is, right? The ball goes one way and everybody's right there. So I guess my point is to you guys that are out here, I like some separation between me and the animals. Just because I move 7 steps to the right doesn't mean you stand on top of me, right? Does that make sense? So with that being said, I think there's some individuals out here certainly have the experience, certainly have the know-how, and I think that separates the group. I think there's some individuals out here that understand the separation game. They understand basically ring awareness, and they try not to get up underneath me, because at the end of the day, we don't want you on the other end of the ring, but we want you just far enough away to where we can really evaluate your livestock. So with that being said, I think there's one out here that does an exceptional job. Actually, I think there's about 3 out here that do an exceptional job, but I think there's one that's just a notch at a higher level than what the other 2. With that being said, I'll go out and shake that individual's hand.
Okay, results of your junior 4-H swine showmanship championship drive. 6th place, Jocelyn Volan. 5th place, Cadence Wilson. 4th place, Jacob Palma. 3rd place, Coyer Bowman. Reserve champion, McKinley Figler. And champion, Kinsley Curlis. And now we have our Pee Wee showmanship. After that, we will move into our market swine classes. First class will be underweight, Peyton Ramza, Jack Anderson, Waylon Furry.
Man, what an experience for these youngsters out here. I'll tell you what, I'm an agriculturalist at heart. Obviously, I've got an ag degree from Texas A&M in animal science. Uh, Honestly, this is where it all starts. I mean, this is the future that in the United States as far as agriculture is concerned. And it really, really warms my heart to see this participation within this group. You don't necessarily see this all over the country with this kind of participation. So congratulations to all of you that are out here. And once again, it's really a big deal. And I really appreciate the fact that you guys as county is going to award every one of them in here, because at the end of the day, at this age, we want to encourage instead of discourage. So I really appreciate the fact that they're all going to get something for coming out and participating and doing their best. With that being said, let's give them all a huge round of applause. Obviously, most of these hogs outweigh these individuals in here 3 and 4 times over, maybe more than that. We really, really appreciate you youngsters coming out, and we can't wait to give all of you guys your awards, the fancy ribbons and everything that go with it. Congratulations.
Okay, in the holding pens, I should have underweight, class market swine, Peyton Ramza, Jack Anderson, Waylon Furry. Okay. Coming to the holder pen should be the market swine AOB, Fletcher Hansen, Luke Figler, Waylon Ferree, Wyatt Crutchen. Market swine AOB.
As we start off the market swine show, I think we've got one out here that really trips my trigger as far as the standpoint of balance, muscularity, and design, but still has some flexibility to that spine. We're going to use the young lady out in front of me here. She'll win the class today from those aspects of it. And then we're going to follow it up with the young man with the American flag shirt. You really have to appreciate the amount of mass and muscularity that particular individual has. For me, he's probably a little quick in his overall pattern, one that reads to be a little earlier maturing, but still one that is really, really explosive over his top side, and certainly he's got a lot of power through the center and lower portion of that ham. We really, really appreciate this blue rump gilt. One that's really large frame, long-sided, really level made. Ideally, we'd love to make her bigger footed and give her some more explosiveness down her top, giving her some more top side shape while spreading her through the center and lower portion of her ham, but still a really, really good set of hogs to initiate our swine show today.
Okay, results of the underweight class. First place, Peyton Ramza. Second, Waylon Ferree. Third, Jack Anderson. Okay, in the holding pens, I should have the class market swine AOB, Fletcher Hansen, Luke Figler, Waylon Ferree with 2 entries, Wyatt Crutchen. To the holding pens, I need Burke, Class 1, Cooper Sanchez, Ezra Martins, Thomas Rigby, Aubrey Smith. Berkshire, Class 1, Cooper Sanchez, Ezra Martins, Thomas Rigby, Aubrey Smith.
Really interesting class to sit back and analyze, just simply for the fact that we've got all kinds of variations of types and kinds. You can flip and flop it. But I think there's one out here that deservedly needs to land in the top spot, relatively easy. The young man out here in front of me in the orange shirt, you really have to appreciate the design and the functional pieces that this red hog brings to us. One that certainly has some mass and muscularity, but still motivates around the ring with some flexibility to its spine. The young man's barra coming out next is probably the second most powerfully muscled hog in the class based on pound per pound, and still has some leanness and trimness to him. Obviously, we'd love to make that hog a little neater and cleaner in his overall design, but still one that maintains some power to it. The young lady's hog coming out next, the big bear, one that's really got some explosive parts to him as far as through the center and lower portion of his ham. One that we certainly like to lean him up in his overall product, stouten him up at the ground and make him heavier bone, but still one that certainly has some pounds of product to him. The young man coming out next is one that's certainly large framed, long sided, one that gets a little high in his chine bone for me, one that certainly needs some width and some mass and some expression to him in order to move up into class today. The young man coming out next is another one that we'd love to give some explosion of muscle to him. We'd love to blow him apart, make him wider about his base, and certainly we'd love to stouten him up at the ground, but one that you have to appreciate the amount of leanness and scale that one brings to the table.
Okay, results of the Market Swine AOB class. 5th place, Luke Figler. 4th place, Wyatt Crutchen. 3rd place, Waylon Faree. 2nd, Waylon Faree. 1st place, Fletcher Hansen. Now coming in the ring is Berkshire Class 1. Cooper Sanchez, Ezra Martins, Thomas Rigby, Aubrey Smith. Coming to the holding pen should be Berkshire Class 2. Walter Martins, Selena Millhouse, Kinsley Curlis, Sadie Kraft, Hudson Wright.
as we start the show, I think there's one out here to land on pretty easy to win this particular class. The young man in orange. We're going to start with that particular gilt. That one there, you really have to appreciate the leanness and trimness of that one. Still has some functionality to her. Certainly, has got a big ripped up top in her, and it's got a really wide and square, proportionate, thick ham that's really thick through the center and lower portion. We really, really like that one a bunch to win this particular class. I think the next obvious thing to do is to follow it up with the young lady's barra, the young lady in gray barra that you really have to appreciate the amount of power that this one's got. One that we'd certainly like to lean up ever so slightly, and one that we'd like to correct in its overall design and just make that one more powerful all the way through in order to move up with the gilt today. Moving on to third and fourth, these individuals certainly need to be leaner about their overall skeleton. They do possess some power and thickness, but we'd love to change them in their overall length of body and scale. They read to be a little quick and early maturing, and they certainly have some wastefulness through that.
Results of Berkshire Class 1. Fourth place, Thomas Rigby. Third place, Ezra Martins. Second place, Aubrey Smith. First place, Cooper Sanchez. Okay, Class 3, Burke. Waylon Faree, Abigail James, Gage Bennett, Ariana Crawford, Brady McKinney. Report to the holding pens. Class 3, Berkshire. Waylon Faree, Abigail James, Gage Bennett, Ariana Crawford, Brady McKinney. Report to the holding pens.
In this class, I think we find one that lands on top really easy for me. I think one that really's got some design, some that has some power, and one that certainly moves relatively free and easy around the ring, and certainly's got a flexible spine. And one that certainly has that show look appearance. The young lady out in front of me will win this class relatively easy today. I think from there it gets relatively tight between second and third. I think the main difference between second and third is I think second has some more power, has more width and dimensions, especially right out over that loin edge, and one that certainly's got more power through that lower portion of her ham. No doubt, third is a big, long-sided, big frame individual that you have to like from the side. We just like to spread that one out, especially underneath her undercarriage, and give her some more explosiveness in order to move up in the class today. The other ones that we've got coming out in fourth and fifth, we'd love to trim those up just a hair or give them some more explosiveness. The one in fourth, we'd really, really love to give that one some more true width and dimension while making her wider based, but still one that still has some length of side and skeleton extension to her, but we'd love to give that one some explosiveness. The young man coming out next is one that has some power, but at the same time, he's the lowest cutability hog in the class. He certainly's got the wastiest lower 1/3, and he certainly is not very trim right over his top side or in that elbow pocket. Still a very, very good class.
Results of Berkshire Class 2. Fifth place, Walter Martins. Fourth place, Sadie Kraft. Third place, Selena Millhouse. Second place, Hudson Wright. First place, Kinsley Curlis. Coming to the holding pen should be Spot, Class 1. Alexander Krogan and Elise Gillespie. Alexander Krogan, Jane Eller Thomas, Haley Kopetsky.
When we sit back and we analyze this class, I think there's one that wins it relatively easy as far as design is concerned, as far as overall ring appearance, as well as width and mass, and certainly standing on the largest bone. The young man here in front of me wins this class. No doubt we'd like to fix him out of his hip a little bit and give him some more flex and give to that spine, and let him reach out and be more athletic, but one you really still have to appreciate about the overall balance and muscularity that one's got. The young lady's gilt that we've got coming out next certainly is a powerfully made one, certainly stout over top side, certainly has some width and dimension. I'd love to make this one higher at the point of her shoulders, but still one you really have to appreciate the quality in that one. The one coming out next is one we'd love to lean this one out just a little bit. She gets a little waistier and is lower 1/3 as compared to the second. One that still has some power and product, but certainly will not go the rail and yield as high a cutability carcass as what we find in our first two. The next one coming out, one you have to appreciate the width and power in this one, but another one that gives us a little bit of trouble as far as the overall leanness, and certainly doesn't have the overall design and look as what we find with the hogs above them. The young man coming out next is probably the earliest maturing, shortest sided hog that we've got in the class. One that certainly is the wastiest in his lower 1/3, and one we'd love to trim him up in order to move him up in the class today.
Results of Class 3 Berkshire, 5th place Waylon Faree, 4th Gage Bennett, 3rd Abigail James, 2nd Ariana Crawford, 1st Brady McKinney. Coming back in the ring for the Berkshire Championship Drive, out of Class 1, Cooper Sanchez, Aubrey Smith. Out of Class 2, Kinsley Curlis, Hudson Wright. And out of Class 3, Brady McKinney and Ariana Crawford.
really good set of 3 hogs that we've got out here. We'll go through them for a second and we'll talk about them. The gilt in the bunch, or the young man's gilt in the orange shirt, is one you really have to appreciate. The balance and the flexibility that one brings to the table. One that we'd probably like to stouten it up just at the ground ever so slightly as compared to the counterparts that we've got in here, but one that really, really moves out, one that's really athletic, and one that's really elongated about her front end. Then we come out with our middleweight, one that you really, really have to appreciate. The really coolness and the design of this one that really stands on some substance of bone, one that we'd probably like to fix just ever so slightly out of her hip, but one you really, really have to appreciate the show ring presence that this one's got. The young man's barrow that we've got over there in the corner, no doubt that's the power animal of the class. When you stand over the top of that one, he really reads the most width and dimension, one that certainly is the most grooved up, ditch backed one in the class, and one that certainly is the most powerful through the center and little portion of that ham, and one that certainly is the widest chested and widest constructed one in the class. So I think once we start analyzing everything that we've got out here and we're trying to figure out which one's the best and which one fits my style, type, and kind of like I said earlier in the day, I'm a little bit old school and I have a tendency to lean to power more so than anything due to the fact, because at the end of the day, these market animals are specifically designed for us to eat, and the more product we can put in the box, the better off we are. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and use the young man to be your champion today with the barrow. When we bring the second place out of that class, that's one that's really got some flexibility to her, one that probably doesn't have the amount of mass and product pound per pound as what we find in the other 2 out here. So I think when we start deciphering what we've got out here left for reserve, in my mind, there's one that closely follows our champion as far as terms of cutability, terms of muscularity, bone structure, and one that certainly's got a cool look. The young lady will be your reserve today.
Results of the championship drive for Berkshire. Reserve champion Kinsley Curlis. Champion exhibited by Brady McKinney. To the holding pens, I need Duroc, Class 1, Avery Anderson, Alice Martins, Cade Clark, Nevaeh Sloan, Micaiah Wright, Hudson Wright, Kason Bowman. Again, Class 1 Duroc to the holding pen. Avery Anderson, Alice Martins, Cade Clark. Nevaeh Sloan, Micaiah Wright, Hudson Wright, Kason Bowman.
In this class, I think we've got one that's relatively trim and lean, one that certainly has some power and muscularity to it. I'll be the first to admit we'd love to make this one more athletic on the move. We'd love to give him some more angulation to his shoulder and give him some more flexibility about his spine. But in my opinion, he wins this class from the sheer standpoint of power and cutability while still being the most massive one in the class, pound per pound. The young lady in front of me in the striped shirt will win your class. The young lady in the pink shirt, no doubt, has got one that's functional on its feet and legs, but one that we certainly would love to widen this one in its undercarriage, one that certainly needs to be wider in its chested, wider based, and we'd love to give this one some more shape and tone in order to move up in the class today. The next hog that we've got coming out in third is one we really appreciate from the side, one that certainly needs some more explosion right through that lower portion of its ham, and one we'd love to give some more topside shape. The other two barrels that we've got standing in, I believe it's fourth and fifth, we'd love to lean those dudes out. They certainly have some power to them, some width and dimension. They certainly have some rib, but they certainly are the heaviest condition, wastiest in their lower one-third of anything that we've got in the class today.
Results of the spot class. Fifth place, Jane Eller Thomas. Fourth place, Alexandra Krogan. Third place, Haley Kopetsky. Second place, Alexandra Krogan. First place, Annalise Gillespie. To the holding pens, I need Duroc Class 2, Adrian Repke, Livia Wright, Lance Winkler, Stacy Hayes, Tommy Mayotte, Cooper Zolman.
really, really tough class to sit back and analyze and pick through and weed through these things. To me, I think there's one out here that to land on, one that we'd like to change a few things about, but one that certainly's got enough power, certainly has enough width, one that is the stoutest featured at the ground, and one that certainly's got a great rib. With that being said, we'd love to tuck it up ever so slightly in that lower 1/3, trim him up just a little bit. The young man in the kind of the purple shirt will win the class today. From there, we're going to follow it up closely with the other young man out here with the multicolored shirt. This particular animal we love from the side, one that certainly gets out and moves appropriately, very athletic, really tall at the point of the shoulder. This one for me, though, needs to be more explosive in its muscle pattern. We'd love to make this one wider and thicker about its loin, but still one you really, really have to love from the side. Coming out in third, we've got a hog that to be honest with you, is just kind of middle of the road for me. One that maintains some mass and muscularity. One that we'd love to maybe give it just a little bit more pizzazz and ring presence as far as elongate his front end and trim him up through his jowl. But one that still is plenty good in his own right. Moving on down the line, the hog that we've got coming out next and fourth is one that reads with some power and some muscle and dimension, but one that gets a little shorter sided, shorter coupled in relation to the ones above them. The hog that we've got coming out next is one that we really have to appreciate how big scale, big frame that this one is. This hog really gives me some trouble from the aspect that she is, without a doubt, the lightest boned, lightest featured one that we've got in the class. We'd love to give this one some more rib shape while spreading more muscle out over her frame, but one you really have to appreciate the amount of height and skeletal length that this one's got. Moving down the line, we've got some hogs that are, just to be quite honest with you, are a little bit plainer for me from the side, ones that don't necessarily have the overall stoutness or muscularity or the leanness that we find in some of the ones above them today.
Okay, results of Duroc Class 1. 7th place, Alice Martins. 6th place, Nevaeh Sloan. 5th place, Avery Anderson. 4th place, Micaiah Wright. 3rd place, Hudson Wright. 2nd place, Cade Clark. 1st place, Kason Bowman. York Class 1, report to the holding pens. Ashton Rigby, Peyton Ramza, Ainsley Halligan, Peyton Ramza, Blair Sanchez, Macy Lee Master, Audrey Looning,
Nice class Durox assort with some nice quality on the top side. We're going to go ahead and start off with the young man in the blue here in front of me with this barrel. One that certainly is stout made, stout featured, big cage. One that reads with a whole lot of top side shape and still has some width and power on the bottom side. One that certainly stands down on a big foot, and he still maintains some athleticism as he moves around the ring. The young man that we're going to come out in second with is one that you really have to appreciate from the side, one that's certainly longer bodied and more elongated about his front end than the barrel. But one that simply does not have the overall gas or power that we find in the barrel, but one that certainly is cleaner in its lower body, and one that certainly has got some length of skeleton advantage over the barrel that wins the class. Coming out next is another hog we really have to appreciate from the aspect that it does have some width and power to it. Ideally, we'd love to make this one more unique from the side. Maybe make this one elevated ever so slightly at the point of the shoulders while giving it some more power through the center and lower portion of that ham. The young man coming out, the young lady coming out in fourth is one that, for me, gets a little plainer from the side as in relation to the three above them, but one that still certainly has some product, some dimension to it, one that certainly stands on a big foot. We would just love to make this one be more explosive at the ground as far as base width and make it just ever so slightly wider in its chest. Moving down the line, we've got some hogs that we'd love to make more unique in their overall appearance. We'd love to give them some more width and spread, and at the same time, there's one of them down the line we'd love to lean it out through its lower 1/3 and make it higher cutability.
Coming in the ring now is our Duroc Championship Drive. Out of Class 1, I need Kason Bowman. Class 2, Cooper Zolman.
I think when we bring this pair out for Duroc Breed Champion, I think there's some, obviously, I think there's some, they're very closely made in their overall design and type, in my opinion. I think one of them just supersedes the other as far as terms of raw power, width, dimension, especially when we start looking over that top side. I think there's a tremendous amount of difference there. Both of them's got some width and cavity, body cavity expansion to them, and both of them are fluid enough on their feet and legs to be acceptable within the breed. So I think once we start looking at them and we start start deciding which one fits my bill the best. Like I said throughout the day, I'm kind of a power guy first, as long as they kind of check the boxes throughout the rest of the process. I'm going to go ahead and use the barrel to win the Duroc division today.
Remember, when you're done showing or right after your class, make sure you get your picture taken. If you do not have a picture, you will not be in the sale. So get your picture taken and get it signed off.
For me, I think this thing gets really tight for reserve. The main reason is the young man's guilt that we've got coming out of the class that was second is one you really have to appreciate the amount of scale and length of side this one's got and how trim she is in that lower 1/3. The big difference between her and the young man's other hog is just raw power, just to be quite frank with you. We've got so much more ham and so much more top and width in the young man's in the purple shirt. I think we're going to have to lean that direction in this particular breed. He'll be your reserve today.
Okay, results of your Duroc Championship Drive. Your reserve champion exhibited by Kasem Bowman, champion exhibited by Cooper Zolman. To the holding pens, I need Hampshire Class 1. Reagan Allen, Cale Breton, Caroline Clark, Benjamin Anderson, Fletcher Hansen, Coyer Bowman. Again, Hampshire Class 1. Reagan Allen, Cale Breton, Caroline Clark, Benjamin Anderson, Fletcher Hansen, Coyer Bowman. To the holding pen.
Interesting class to sort as far as the Yorks are concerned. There's all kinds of variations of of types and kinds, and obviously there's some weight difference here within the class. I think there's certainly one to land on pretty easy for me. You're talking about raw power, one that's got a lot of width and dimension to them, one that's got the look, one that certainly moves out with some flexibility to spine. The young lady in the green will win this deal relatively easy for me today. I think it gets relatively tight between second and third, and I'll tell you why. There's no doubt that second overpowers the third place gilt. She's got more width and dimension down her top. It's not even close. It certainly has more power right through the center little portion of that ham. But ideally, I'd love to freshen this girl up. We'd love to trim her up, especially in that neck and jowl area ever so slightly. And we'd love to make her more show ready. And I think that our third place gilt really shines. This individual's got this one really show ready. He does a tremendous job making this one get around the ring, and she's really attractive. To be quite honest with you, she's probably the most attractive hog in the class without a shadow of a doubt. But with that being said, once we get over the top of her and we start really studying true mass and muscularity, this one plays out as compared to our second and third, or as compared to our first and second, but one you still really have to appreciate from the side, and the young man does a tremendous job driving that particular animal. The next hog we got coming out is one that's really large frame, long-sided, but to be honest with you, just doesn't have enough oomph. This one we'd love to spread out in her body cavity. We'd love to put some more mass and muscularity right over the top side of her, and she certainly needs some more power down low. But with that being said, we really appreciate how this one's really long-sided and elevated. The next hog we've got coming out, to be quite frank with you, is probably one of the more early maturing hogs that we've seen in this particular deal. One that certainly reads with a lot of power, certainly has got a lot of thickness, but one we'd certainly love to give some length and extension and certainly make it higher up the ground, but one that certainly has some product and has some good in it. Moving down the line, we've got a pair of hogs here, to be quite honest with you, just get a little plain as compared to their counterparts. We'd love to trim them up. We'd love to just give them some more explosive pieces in order to move up in the class today.
Results of York class. 7th place, Ainsley Helligan. 6th place, Macy Leemaster. 5th place, Peyton Ramza. No. Ashton Rigby. 4th place, Peyton Ramza. 3rd place, Peyton Ramza. 2nd place, Audrey Lewing. And 1st place, Blair Sanchez. Class 2, Hampshire, report to the holding pens. Rutley Hanson, Harper Jeffrey, Maya Alonzo, Jacob Palma, Kimber Allen, Benjamin Anderson, Camden Wilson. Again, Hampshire Class 2, report to the holding pens. Rutley Hanson, Harper Jeffrey, Maya Alonzo, Jacob Palma, Kimber Allen, Benjamin Anderson, Camden Wilson.
Really good set of hamps to sit back and analyze. There's a lot of differences from top to bottom. As far as types, kinds, and quality that we've got out here. In my mind, though, I think there's one out here I think that reads to be true, one that reads to be functional on their feet and legs, one that's certainly stout enough at the ground and still maintains enough mass and power and body capacity and has the right rib shape to win the deal. We're going to go ahead and use the young lady in the red. Ideally, I'd love for this individual to get this hog's head up, jacked up ever so slightly, get it presented just in a different manner. I think that changes the look of that hog tremendously, but still one that has a lot of quality to it. The young lady that we're going to come out next, the one that's got the chromed up rear leg, that's a hog that we'd really like a lot as far as the true width and power that hog's got. That hog at times, though, wants a break in that loin and certainly doesn't have the real raw power or the bone work that we find in our class winner. The young man coming out in third is one we really, really like a lot, one that is really square about its loin edge, one that doesn't have as much thickness to that lower portion of the ham as what we find in our top two, one that is presented extremely well, but one that really, really gives me some trouble off the rear legs. That particular individual gets really short-strided, gets really straight in its hock, and I think as time goes on and we add weight to that, we're going to see that gilt really give this young man some problems as far as structure is concerned, but one we really, really appreciate the amount of mass and power that this dude's got, especially on the top side, recognizing that we need to give her some more explosion through that lower portion of its ham in order to move her up in the class today. Then we've got another hog coming out. For me, gets a little small frame, a little conventional in its overall type and kind, one that's surely really, really short striding, one that really, really needs some growth to it, but one that certainly has a lot of power. The next hog coming out needs to be extremely trimmed up through that lower 1/3. Another power hog that's got some width and dimension to it. It's got some base width, and certainly has got a good rib, but one that certainly is quick in its overall maturity pattern. The next hog we got coming out is really a big frame, long-sided one that just simply doesn't have enough power or muscularity in order to move up in the class today.
Class 3, Hampshire. Make your way to the holding pens. Holden Hubbard, Jocelyn Volan, David Heinert, Sawyer Couple, Riley West, Kobe Haas, Cale Snell, Parker McKinney, Bailey Hines. Again, Hampshire Class 3, make your way to the holding pen. Holden Hubbard, Jocelyn Volan, David Heinert, Sawyer Koppel, Riley West, Kobe Haas, Cale Snell, Parker McKinney, Bailey Hines.
this class of hamps, I think there's one for me that wins this thing pretty easy as far as overall type of kind and design, and one that's still got some functionality to them, still has a lot of freshness and power to it. The young man wins this deal relatively easy for me. Following up with the young lady, next in the green, a gilt we really appreciate the mass and muscularity in this individual. One that we surely would like to make it more athletic. This hog gets extremely straight on its rear leg, and I'll give you that. But one that gets extremely short strided, but one that still maintains some power, some thickness, and one that has some quality and has some nice design pieces to it. But we'd love to give this one some more flexibility off that rear leg. Moving on down the line, the next one we got coming out is a big frame, long-sided one that certainly doesn't have the overall power and pop that we find in our first and second, but one that we appreciate that this one's got some good to it, one that certainly has some elevation, one that certainly has some width to its loin, but just doesn't have the overall mass and look that we find in our first and second. The young man's hog that we got coming out next is one that's extremely powerful, extremely wide, big rib, but one for me gets a little wasty and is 1/3, one that gets a little quick and early maturing, one that certainly is short-sided. We'd love to give this one some elevation and some length in order to move him up today. The young man's gilt that we got coming out next is one you have to appreciate how big frame and how long-sided this one is. We'd love to give this one some more guts. We'd love to give this one some more rib, but one that certainly has some look to her and certainly has some elevation and certainly does get around the ring with some free and ease. The young man's hog we got coming out next is one that we appreciate the fact that this one has some power, but for me, this one gets awfully quick, awfully early. This one gets extremely wasty in its lower 1/3. We'd love to trim him up and give him some more expression. The young lady's gilt that we got coming, or the young lady's hog we got coming out next is one we really appreciate the fact that it is a large frame, long-sided one. But this one, to be quite honest with you, is the lightest muscled, narrowest made one in the class, and we'd love to give this one some more explosion in order to move up today.
To the holding pen, I need super lightweight class 1. Jacob Palma, Kason Bowman, Evan Snyder, Tommy Malott, Brecken Snyder, McKenna Hesser, Hayden Hubbard. Super lightweight class 1. Jacob Palma, Kason Bowman, Evan Snyder, Tommy Malott, Brecken Snyder, McKenna Hesser, Hayden Hubbard. Okay, again, crossbred, super lightweight class 1. Jacob Palma, Kason Bowman, Evan Snyder, Tommy Malott, Brecken Snyder, McKenna Hesser, Hayden Hubbard.
In this class, I think we've got one that's kind of like the sexy athlete that all the girls wanted to date in high school to win this class. The young man in the blue will win this thing relatively easy in my mind. One that really tracks out wide, one that's really good on its feet and legs, one that's certainly stout in its overall bone feature, and one that certainly has enough power and moves out like a cat. The young man that we're going to come out with in second, one that really has a lot of power and product. I'd like to loosen this one up in his spine. I'll be the first one to admit he wants to roach in his top as he moves around the ring ever so slightly, but one that's still extremely fresh in his overall makeup, one that certainly has got a big ripping loin in him, and one that certainly has got a lot of thickness through that center and lower portion of his ham. The one coming out in third, this gilt here is really impressive as far as her top shape's concerned. One that has got some base width and certainly has got some explosion to her. One that plays out in that lower portion of its ham as compared to our class winner in second. The young man's hog we got coming out in third. One that, for me, just gets a little plainer on the look. One that we'd love to polish up a little bit, and he'd probably bump up a notch today. But one that is extremely level-made, and one that certainly's got some power. We'd love to probably make him just a notch longer in his overall stride, but one that still has a lot of quality. The hog that we've got coming out next is one we really have to appreciate from the side. One that's really good looking, one that's stout at the ground, one that's got some foot size. But when we get over the top of this hog, that's where he kind of disappoints you as far as his counterparts are concerned. He's not nearly as wide made or as nearly as thick as what we find with the ones above him. The hog that we got coming out next is an extremely powerfully muscled one that gets a little early in his overall maturity pattern. For me, gets a little short-sided, gets a little smaller frame. We'd love to give that one some more elevation to move it up in the class today. The next hog that we've got coming out is a big-framed hog that certainly's got some mass and power, one that's stale in his overall appearance. We'd love to freshen this one up and maybe move him up in the class today. From there, we've got some hogs that we're working on down in class that we certainly need to lean up. We certainly need to power up in order to move up in the class, but still a very, very interesting class to sit back and analyze.
Okay, results of the Hampshire Class 3. 8th place, Bailey Hines. 7, Kale Snell. 6, Sawyer Koppel. 5, Holden Hubbard. 4, Kobe Haas. 3rd, Jocelyn Bolin. 2nd, David Heinert. 1st, Riley West. Back in the ring from Hampshire Class 1, Reagan Allen. Class 2, Rutley Hanson. Class 3, Riley West.
Three really good hams that we've got out here vying for the championship. I think we've got some bone work. We got some flexibility in our spine. We certainly have a lot of power, and we certainly have a lot of look. To me, there's one out here that is probably just a notch higher quality than the other two. One that certainly takes it to another level, in my opinion. The young man out of the heavyweight will be your champion today. Make no doubt about it, the second place out of that deal's got some power and got some width, but I think there's one here that closely follows our champion as far as type, kind, flexibility, muscle, and power. The young man out of the middleweight, he'll be your reserve today.
Okay, to the holding pens, I need crossbred lightweight, class 1. Riley West, Leander Hansen, Slate Hunter, Taya Thompson.
Nice set of market hogs that we've got. We're going to start the class with the blue rump today. One that we like from the side a good bit. One that certainly has enough power, width, and dimension, and moves out with enough free and ease. I think he wins this class relatively easy once we start combining all those traits. The young man that we've got coming out next in second. One that you really have to appreciate the freshness in this one. One that just doesn't have the overall power, width, or dimension and needs to be elevated ever so slightly as compared to our class winner, but still one that reads with some quality to him. The young man coming out in third is one that certainly is powered up. Certainly he's got a lot of width, dimension, and power. One for me that's probably just too close to the ground. He's a little smaller frame than what I like him. One that's a little quick for me, but one that certainly has enough power and certainly has enough product. The hog that we've got coming out next is one that we probably like to certainly give some more width and power to him. One that, again, is probably just a smaller frame, shorter sided one than what we like, but one that certainly has some quality to him. The young man coming out next has got a larger frame, longer sided hog, one that we'd love to dump some guts in him, one that gets a little harsh or hard looking at times, but one that certainly has some good to him and certainly is long sided and has got some frame to him. The one that we've got coming out next is another one that gets a little earlier maturing for me. One that certainly's got some power, got some width, a skeleton to him, but he gets a little short-sided and a little short-coupled as compared to the ones above him. The hog we got coming out next is one that certainly is long frame or large frame and long-sided, but one that simply doesn't have enough power, doesn't have enough top-side shape, or certainly doesn't have enough width and dimension when it comes to just raw power and competing with everything else above him.
Okay, results of crossbred super lightweight class 1. 7th place, McKenna Hesser. 6th, Brecken Schneider. 5th, Jacob Poma. 4, Tommy Malot. 3rd, Kason Bowman. 2nd, Evan Schneider. 1st, Hayden Hubbard. To the holding pens, I need crossbred medium weight class 1. Brady Bulgren, Novalyn Van Winkle, Elena Moreno, Chloe Smith, Tyler Sunderland, Sawyer Couple, Giga Moore, Grayson Hesser, Sawyer Smith, Kennedy Snell.
Really nice set of hogs that we got sitting in first and second today. There is some differences between the two. I'm going to go ahead and use the one that to me is probably just a little more classier from the side, one that's really the show pig of the two, in my opinion, one that shows extremely well, one that's level in his overall design and certainly stouter at the ground while maintaining more width and power through that center lower portion of his ham. We're going to use the young man's barrel to win the class today. From there, the young man's gilt is one that no doubt is more elongated about her front end, is probably more jack fronted than what we find in a barrel. But when you really study them from the top side and you start watching them walk away and certainly read how much width and power they've got, she doesn't have near as much to her as what we find in a barrel. But still a very nice pair, very similar pair as far as just coolness and overall design and things that we look for as far as show hogs are concerned. Coming out next, we've got one that's extremely powered up, one that's probably just a little quick for me, one that's a little smaller frame, shorter sided in relation to the top two in the class, but one that certainly's got a lot of power and product in it and should go the rail and yield a lot of product. The young man's hog coming out next is an extremely large frame, long-sided one, but to be quite honest with you, is also the lightest muscled hog in the class and can't compete with the overall amount of pounds of product as what we find in the top 3 today.
Okay, results of crossbred lightweight class 1. 4th place, Slater Hunter. 3rd, Taya Thompson. 2nd, Leander Hansen. 1st, Riley West. Okay, we're moving on to crossbred, medium weight. In the holding pen should be Brady Bulgren, Novalyn Van Winkle, Elena Marino, Chloe Smith, Tyler Sunderland, Sawyer Couple, Keegan Moore, Grayson Hesser, Sawyer Smith, Kennedy Snell. To the holding pens, I need crossbred heavyweight class 1. Reese West, Ashley Smith, Ryan Allred, Bode Zolman, Landon Shea, Adam Polma, Clayton Boyzot, Bryn Bulgren, Kinsley Curlis. Again, crossbred heavyweight class 1. Reese West, Ashley Smith, Ryan Allred, Bode Zolman, Landon Shea, Adam Polma, Clayton Boyzot, Bryn Bulgren, Kinsley Curlis. Report to the holding area.
without a doubt, the toughest class to analyze today from top to bottom. The variation within this class is kind of crazy, especially from the standpoint of muscle and power and scale versus non-scale. So if you want to flip it and flop it, however you want to choose it, I've got no qualms with that. I think when we sit back and we analyze what we've got out here, I think the two hogs that we have in a ring are the most fault-free. Are they the most powerful? No. Are they the biggest bone? No. But they balance out well. They still have enough power. They still move around the ring with some free and ease, and they still are relatively fresh. I think there's one out here for me that is probably just a notch better in its overall type and kind. And when you study that hog and read it from the top side and you understand the muscle and the capacity that one's got as far as the frame's concerned, I think the black hog wins the class in terms of overall quality as compared to the rest of the class. Moving on, the young ladies' belted gilt that we've got coming out next is one that's got some power, has got some width, certainly has some bone. We'd love to see some more true shape down its top and certainly make it explode through that lower portion of the ham. Coming out next, a young man that we've got coming out in third is certainly one that is a powerfully muscled hog. Certainly has a lot of width and power to him. Certainly has got some thickness and certainly has some bone work to him. For me, though, he gets awful quick and early in his maturity pattern. I'd love to make him just a notch longer sided and elevate him in his frame score, but still one that certainly has enough power and certainly probably needs to stand third because of that. The young man's black-headed hog that we got coming out next is one that truly gives me trouble. From time to time, the hog looks pretty genuine, and other times he doesn't. This particular hog does move out well. We'd love to give this one some more flanking, some more guts to him, and blow him apart. The hog that we've got coming out next is another hog that certainly's got a lot of muscle and power to him, but one that gets really, really small frame for me, gets really early in his maturity pattern, but certainly has some muscle and should go on and yield a big, meaty carcass. The other black hog that we've got in the class, I believe it's a gilt, is one that's long-sided and big frame, but certainly doesn't have the overall mass and power as what we find with the one above it. Moving on down to the class, the hog that we've got coming out next, for me, gets awfully plain, one that gets a little slab-sided, one that we would love to power up and give it some more turn to its loin. The young lady's hog that we've got coming out next is one that's extremely fresh, but I'll be honest with you, that one gets a little straight in its shoulder, one that certainly needs a lot of power, but no doubt that one's fresh in its overall look. The young lady's hog that we got coming out next is one that honestly gets a little stale for me, gets a little wrung out looking, one that does have some power, but I'd love to clean that one up and make it more show ready as far as today's concerned. The hog that we've got coming out next is a big frame, long-sided one, but simply doesn't have the power as what we find with all the hogs above it today.
Results of the crossbred medium weight class. 10th, Grayson Hesser. 9th, Candace Schnell. 8th, Brady Bulgren. 7, Sawyer Smith. 6, Novalyn Van Winkle. 5th, Keegan Moore. No. 5th, Tyler Sunderland. 4th, Keegan Moore. 3rd, Sawyer Koppel. 2nd, Elena Marino. 1st, Chloe Smith. To the holding pens, I need crossbred heavyweight class 2. Peyton Ramza, Addison Dishman, Jocelyn Volan, Cadence Wilson, Logan Figler, Parker McKinney.
Really good set of hogs that we've got in the ring that we're fixing to talk about. I think there's one out here that's kind of like the Cadillac of the deal in this particular class, one that really flows well, one that really moves out, strides out well, and one that certainly has the look and certainly is expressive about his top and certainly is fresh. The young man in the green will win this class today. Make no doubt about it, the other one that we've got in here standing out in front of me is a really, really unique creature in himself. He's really, really wide topped. He's got a lot of width and dimension to him. I'll be honest with you, if that young man could get that neck elevated up and really shown to the highest degree, he'd really push the one that wins the class. That's a really, really good hog in his own right. The blue rump hog that we got coming out next is really the large frame, long-sided one in the class. One you really have to appreciate that about it. One that honestly just doesn't balance out quite as well as our top two in the class, but one that certainly puts a lot of good things together. One that's got a big forearm, one that certainly's got some bone to it, one that certainly's got some expression and shape. I just don't think that one's got all the bells and whistles as what we find in our first and second in the class. The young lady's hog that we got coming out next is really a super powerfully muscled one that's got a lot of width and body capacity to it. One that for me gets a little shorter sided and gets a little quicker in its overall type and kind as compared to the top three, but one that really, really is unique as far as its overall muscle pattern, and the lady does an incredible job showing it. The one we got coming out in fifth, the black-headed one, one that just doesn't have the overall mass and power and show ring presence as what we find with the ones above them, but still a very, very good hog in its own right. The black hog that we've got coming out next doesn't have the overall power and width and dimension as what we find in above him. One that we'd certainly like to stouten up at the ground, but still a nice hog. The belted hog we have coming out next is one that gets a little plainer from the side, one that really needs to have some more expression to its top and certainly needs some more thickness in order to move up in the class. From there, we've got another blue rump coming out, one that is really, really pretty from the side, one you really, really like when that young lady drives out, but one that just doesn't have the overall power and muscularity as what we find in the class above her. The young man's hog that we've got coming out next, for me, is probably the plainest sided hog that we've got in the class and also the lightest muscled. He just needs to power up and pretty up in order to move up in the class today.
Okay, results of crossbred heavyweight class 1. 9th, Clayton Boyzot. 8, Bryn Balgren. 7, Ashley Smith. 6, Landon Shea. 5, Adam Polma. 4, Kinsley Curlis. 3, Ryan Allred. 2, Bo Zolman. 1, Reese West. To the holding pens, I need crossbred extra heavy, class 1. Kason Bowman, Slate Hunter, Clayton Boyzot, Kason Bowman, Kinsley Curlis, Micaiah Wright, Anthony Rupert, Ryan Allred, Livia Wright, McKinley Figler, Kinsley Curlis, Brady Balgren. Again, heavyweight class 1 crossbred. Report to the holding pens. Kason Bowman, Slate Hunter, Clayton Boyzot, Kason Bowman, Kinsley Curlis, Micaiah Wright, Anthony Rupert, Ryan Allred, Livia Wright, McKinley Figler, Kinsley Curlis, Brady Balgren. Whitley Smalley, you need to put some type of clip on your lamb pans because they've been out 4 times today.
Really interesting pair on the top side to sit back and analyze and specifically probably talk as well. For me, there's one out here that's just got a little bit more gas in its tank as far as showing, as far as being a show hog, and one that's certainly got some more bells and whistles and features to it. One that has got a lot of width and power and natural look to it, but still standing on a tremendous amount of bone. The young lady kind of in the greenish blue shirt will win the class for me today. Make no doubt about it, the young lady's hog in the purple is probably the most expressively muscled hog that I've seen all day. One that is really ripped up in its top line, one that's certainly thick and full through that center little portion of its ham, but one that gives me a little trouble from the aspect with all that expression. I'd love to see it have more spread over that skeleton. I'd love to see some more width right over that top side, and one that I could certainly stand a shot of bone, but still a very, very good hog in its own right. The next one that we've got coming out is an intriguing hog that has got some parts and pieces that you like. One that just doesn't blend it all together as well for me as what we find in our top 2. One that we would certainly love to put more bone to it. One that needs to be bigger footed, but one that certainly has some power and has some pieces that really make a good market hog. The young man's hog that we've got coming out next is an extremely powerfully muscled one that gets a little shorter sided and shorter frame for me, and one that certainly is shorter coupled as far as his athleticism is concerned. We'd love to make that one stride out even longer. The young man's predominantly or multicolored hog that we've got coming out next is one that you really, really admire the frame and length of body in this one. One that we'd really love to make more expressive in his overall muscle pattern. One that we'd like to lean out ever so slightly, but one you have to appreciate the frame in that one. The young lady's hog we've got coming out next is no doubt a powerfully muscled one, but one for me that's just too low to the ground, one that we'd love to shave some cover off of him, but he still has some mass and product underneath all that squishiness, but we love that one as far as in terms of his body width and capacity.
Results of crossbred heavyweight class 2. 6th, Cadence Wilson. 5th, Logan Figler. 4th, Parker McKinney. 3rd, Addison Dishman. 2nd, Jocelyn Volan. 1st, Peyton Ronza.
When we get these 2 barrows out here, I think they're very nice and they complement each other very nicely. I think as the day goes on, hopefully you can kind of see what I lean more towards as far as one that's got some balance, one that's certainly got some look and eye appeal, but still has some structural correctness and still has enough mass and muscle to go on and yield a heavy muscle carcass. I think with that being said, I think there's one out here, honestly, that is just a notch more unique than the other, one that's more elongated about that neck and jowl area, one that certainly has got some more show features to him, and one that certainly, in my opinion, could stand a whole lot of competition. The young man in the green shirt will win this deal today. really close pair. Very similar as far as their overall types and kinds, their muscle pattern, how they're grooved up, and their overall power, as well as their overall bone. For me, I think there's one that's just a notch heavier bone. I think when we start really analyzing that top side as far as that muscle shape is concerned, I think one's just a little bit more square and more full about its loin. The young lady will be the reserve today.
Results of the Crossbred Championship Drive Heavyweight. Your reserve champion exhibited by Peyton Ramza, champion exhibited by Reese West. For the holding pens, I need crossbed extra heavyweight class 2. Sadie Kraft, Riley Vetter, Ryan Allred, Elliot Mayotte, Case Bennett, David Heinert, Cadence Wilson, Audrey Looning, Paris Ware. Again, extra heavyweight class 2 crossbred. Sadie Kraft, Riley Vetter, Ryan Allred, Elliot Mayotte, Case Bennett, David Heinert, Cadence Wilson, Audrey Looning, Paris Ware.
another class with a lot of variations. I think there's one that wins this class relatively easy. The young man will win this class. One that kind of fits my bill as far as terms of muscularity, balance, and style and functionality on his feet and legs. No doubt, the Blue Roan Gilt is a big frame, long-sided one that's really tall at the point of her shoulders, but one that doesn't have the overall mass and power is what we find in the belted barra. Moving on down the line, the young man's coming out next. Another powerfully muscled hog that just doesn't have the overall look and style and balance is what we find in our top pair, but a really, really nice hog that's got a lot of power to it and a lot of good. The other Blue Roan hog that we've got in here is one that's really large frame, long-sided. I'd love to give this one some more top shape and give it some more explosion through the center and lower portion of its ham. We really need to blow this one apart on its undercarriage, but a really nice hog. The young lady coming out next is a hog we have to appreciate from the side as far as their length and scale, one that simply doesn't have enough true muscle expression for me in order to move up in the class today. The young lady coming next is a hog you really have to appreciate the amount of mass and muscle that this one's got. For me, he gets awful short-sided and awful small framed as compared to his counterparts, but he's still got a big old thick meaty carcass on him. We just like to stretch him out in every direction. The young man coming out next has got a hog that's really big frame and long-sided, but doesn't have near the muscle explosion that we need in order to move him up in the class. The next hog that we've got coming out, we'd love to trim this one up, give him some muscle expression. He certainly needs to be thicker through that center and lower portion of his ham, but one that certainly is another big frame, long-sided hog. The black hogs that we've got coming out next, we'd love to pair this pair of black hogs coming out. They both need to have some more width and dimension to them. They certainly are attractive from the side. They certainly move with some free and ease around the ring, but they don't have near the pop and expression that we need in order to move them up in the class.
Okay, results of class bred extra heavyweight class one. Class 1. 10th place, Brady Bulgren. 9th place, Micaiah Wright. 8, Clayton Boyzot. 7, Anthony Rubert. 6, Kinsley Curlis. 5th, McKinley Figler. 4th, Livia Wright. 3rd, Slate Hunter. 2nd, Kinsley Curlis. 1st, Kason Bowman. Back to the holding pens. I need crossbred, super lightweight, class 1. Hayden Hubbard, Evan Snyder. Lightweight, class 1. Riley West, Leander Hansen. Medium weight, class 1. Chloe Smith, Elena Marino. Heavyweight, I need Reese West, Peyton Ramza.
Really good pair of hogs that we've got at the top. I think there's some similarities, but definitely there's some differences between the two. For me, there's one that's probably taller at the point of the shoulders, truly taller at the point of the shoulders, and one that certainly is a bigger bone and hits the ground harder with a bigger foot. There's no doubt there's one of them that's in here's got a more ripped up, defined top. But at the same time, I also see that one not being as structurally correct. He gets a little straighter in his hock. So when we start analyzing these two back and forth, I really like the gilt to win this particular class. For me, she functions better on her feet and legs. She pushes out harder and longer. And to me, she's actually taller at the point of her shoulders as compared to the barrow when you're really talking in relation to her body size. Make no doubt about it, that barrow's got a big old ripping top in him, but at the same time, he gets a little shorter strided and a little stiffer in his hock and not nearly as athletic as he moves out about the ring. Coming out in third is our black barrow. This black barrow is really, really intriguing. One that certainly's got a lot of top shape to him. Certainly's got a lot of width to that center low portion of his ham. I'm sorry, the gilt through the ham. One that just doesn't have all the bells and whistles is what we find in our top pair. The young man's hog coming out next is one that's, to be quite honest with you, is one that just continues to grow on you a little bit. He's very well presented as far as his overall makeup. He's big bone, one that we'd love to level him out over his top, one that wants to get restricted in his movement ever so slightly. And then we've got the young lady's hog coming out next, the barrow, the black barrow, one that really reads with a lot of top side shape, one that gets a little coon-footed for me, gets a little down in his pastures, one that's not as high elevated at the point of his shoulders, nor is he as powerful as what's above him. Coming out next is another barrow that you have to appreciate the amount of power and muscularity in it, but one that just doesn't have the overall look and pizzazz is what we find above him. Coming out next is a hog that no doubt has got some muscle to him, one that we'd love to see some more cage, one that we'd certainly like to stouten up at the ground, make him heavier bone, or make her heavier bone, and make her just more round in that overall rib cage. Coming out next is a spotted up hog. We really appreciate this one as far as some power and muscularity, one that we need to lean up and make this one just a notch longer sided and elevated. The next hog coming out is a big frame, long-sided hog, but quite frankly, just cannot match the overall power, width, and dimension is what we find in the hogs above them.
Results of crossbred extra heavyweight class 2. 9th Paris Ware, 8 Audrey Looning, 7 Case Bennett, 6 Elliot Mayotte, 5th Cadence Wilson, 4th David Heiner, 3rd Sadie Kraft, 2nd Ryan Allred, 1st Riley Vetter. Back in the ring, I need Kason Bowman and Riley Vetter.
We've got two really nice creatures out here. I think the main difference to me, I think there's one out here, honestly, that's just a notch at a higher level, one that certainly is taller at the point of the shoulders, and one that's really, really more cooler fronted. It's got some more elongation to that neck, one that really, really moves out with some elegance and still has some athleticism to him. The young man will be your champion today. When we bring out the blue roan gilt, she makes it interesting just because she is a large frame, long-sided one that's got some meat and product to her. But in my opinion, she doesn't match up extremely well with what we had in our champion when we start talking about bone and footwork and things of that nature. The young lady in the blue, to me, most nearly follows what our champion had as far as true width, power, and bone work, and still moves out with some athleticism. She'll be your reserve today.
Okay, so in the holding pens, we need to pick our champion crossbred. So I should have out of super lightweight class, Hayden Hubbard, Evan Snyder. Lightweight class, Riley West, Leander Hansen. Out of our medium weight class, should be Chloe Smith, Elena Marino. Out of our heavyweight class, should be Reese West, Peyton Ramza. Out of our extra heavyweight class, Kason Bowman, Riley Vetter.
Pretty pleased with everything that we've got out here. I think we've got some muscle. I think we've got some design and some functionality, especially on our feet and legs, while still maintaining some bone. I think there's one out here for me that really sets themselves apart. One that's probably just a notch higher as far as its overall ceiling is concerned when we start talking about true width and density and mass and bone and structural correctness while still having that really, really cool show ring look. For me, the young man in the green will be your champion today. I think another good representative out of this deal, as far as terms of bone density, mass, and power, and one that still has some look and still has some give and go, but yet will go to the rail and yield a big, heavy muscle product. For me, the young man in the purple will be your reserve today.
Okay, so now in the holding pens, I need the AOB, Fletcher Hansen, and Waylon Furry. Burke, I need Cooper Sanchez, Aubrey Smith. Spot, I need Annalise Gillespie and Alexandra Krogan. Okay, Duroc, I need Cooper Zoman and Kason Bowman. York, Blair Sanchez, Audrey Looning. Hamp, Riley West, Rutley Hanson.
Are you gonna do clubs and pairs before the overall?
And then your crossbred, I need Reese West and Kason Bowman. And make sure you get your picture taken for the cell cards. If you are going to participate in round robin for any species, make sure you fill out that JOT form so then we can get you recorded.
Can we? Never mind.
Before we wrap this thing up, I'd like to say thank you guys for having me out. It's been a blast. I've enjoyed every bit of it. It's my understanding, I guess, the majority of these hogs are going next week to your state fair. I believe that's what an ag teacher had told me earlier. With that being said, I'm pretty happy with what we've got out here as far as hogs are concerned. We've got some hogs that's got some functionality to them. We've got some hogs that's got some bone work to them, and some hogs that really get out and move while still having a tremendous amount of muscle capacity. And at the end of the day, like I said, these hogs are being raised to eat in the real world, and that's what we're really looking for. But we're also looking for something that projects to be a very showy animal, but still maintains all of those attributes. one thing I want to say to all you kids out here, at the end of the day, whenever you go home today, make sure you thank your parents, your instructors, your extension agents. I know they pour a ton of time into you. I've been there. I've done that. I've got 2 kids at college right now. But you don't understand what this means to them, too, and how much they put into this. So always make sure to thank those that help you. With that being said, I'm not going to talk each individual hog. Obviously, we've been through that process, but I think there's a pair of hogs out here that fit me extremely well when we start talking about overall design, mass and muscle and bone work, as well as flexibility and being able to move around the ring. With that being said, I'll go out and shake your champion reserve's hands.
Okay, your champion 4-H market swine exhibitor is Reese West, reserve champion Riley West. Our next class is Penna 3 market swine owned by one exhibitor. Sadie Kraft, Reagan Allen, Kasem Bowman. they're all a scratch. Okay, we are ready to pick the overall Laramie County Fair Market Swine exhibitor. The FFA versus 4-H. FFA, I need Riley Vetter and Leander Hansen. 4-H, I need Reese West and Riley West.
really interesting pair that we've got out here. If you hadn't figured it out, I really like muscle and power and design and bone. I think this pair is very, very, they complement each other very, very well. I think there's some distinct things about them. I think both of them are extremely powered up. I think both of them are extremely grooved up. We've got a big ditch running down both their tops. I think both of them are really, really tall at the point of their shoulders, really elongated about their neck. And I think they're truly, truly the type of show hogs that most people would be proud to exhibit and show no matter where you go. Obviously, with me being from the state of Texas, we see a large number of hogs, especially at our majors and things of that nature. And I can tell you these two will compete on those levels. With that being said, I think there's one out here that kind of fits me just a notch better than the other. I think there's one that just has more appeal for me as far as elegance and still putting together that package that everybody wants as far as really being smooth on the walk, as far as bone work's concerned, and still having enough mass and power to yield the top spots at the majority of these shows, especially like where we are in Texas. Man, you can drive 30 minutes any direction and find a jackpot every weekend. With that being said, I think there's one that truly is elite. One that really has the combination that separates themselves from the other. The young man in the green will be the champion today. I think when we analyze these two hogs, I think same thing. I think we've got another pair of really elite type hogs out here. I think there's not a ton of difference between the two. In all actuality, I think when we really start studying from the side, I think one is probably just a notch longer than the other as far as probably just a half a rib or a whole rib longer as far as overall appearance is concerned. Both of them are super powerful as far as their muscle is concerned, and both of them are very, very structurally correct for the amount of package that they're carrying over that frame. With that being said, I think there's one that certainly fits my type and kind and build to the highest degree or to the higher degree than what the other does. The young man in the blue will be your reserve.
Your overall Laramie County swine showman is Reese West. Your reserve champion is Riley West.